Good evening. This meeting of the Coventry Town Council will now come to order at 6 p.m. Roll call, Ms. Shockley. Here. Mrs. Lima.
Here.
Ms. Ludwig.
Here.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Here.
Mrs. Dickson here. Mr. Spearman, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Spearman, would you please provide the emergency evacuation plan? Thank you very much. For members of the public, we will resume the public meeting at 7:30 p.m. May I have a motion to adjourn into executive session at 6:01 for the following: closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A12, discussion, job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to discuss candidates for the following board openings: Charter Review Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission. And closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, discussion pertaining to collective bargaining for litigation, specifically for an update on Soscia versus Coventry, KC 2020-0769 litigation with the Town Solicitor. And closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, discussion of the town of Barrington and others versus the state of Rhode Island and others, CA number PC 2019-10870. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call vote, Mr. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We are now in executive session. We will be adjourning into the back room, and we'll call each of you in just a moment. Okay, thank you so much. So I know we have Mr. Giddy here. What is your name, please?
Ted Tracy.
Ted Tracy. Hello, Mr. Tracy. Thank you. We'll be with you very shortly.
We'll meet again.
Are you?
Okay.
Good.
You'll like to share, Joanne. Oh. Sure, when you want to agree to take two.
Jen, can you read the names of the people who are on that list there?
I want to say it's a 6.
There are two people on the right. On Zoom.
But it says town council and Lisa Mills,
Oh, that's it. Who else is there?
Pauline Doors, John Prenti. Yes, and that's everyone.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank
You
you.
switched it.
Okay. Okay, we all set? Everyone so set? Okay. Okay. Good evening. We are now resumed in public session. May I have a motion to adjourn from the executive session at 7:31 PM?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Jen Ludwig,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Ann Dickson.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Jamie LeBlanc,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Ann Dickson.
Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you. The council met in executive session for the following. Closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A12, discussion of job performance, character, physical, or mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to discuss candidates for the following board openings: Charter Review Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission. We interviewed 3 candidates. No votes were taken. The council will appoint members after it has interviewed additional candidates. And closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, discussion pertaining to collective bargaining for litigation, specifically for an update on Soscia versus Coventry, KC 2020-0769, litigation with the Town Solicitor. A discussion took place, no votes were taken. And closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, discussion of the Town of Barrington and others versus the State of Rhode Island and others, CA number PC 2019-10870. A discussion took place, no votes were taken. Next item, C2, Madam Clerk, approval of Town Council meeting minutes for August 23rd, 2021. Madam Clerk, did you receive any corrections for August 23rd, 2021? Reference pages 13 to 21.
Just corrections from yourself.
Okay, have the corrections been made?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the amended minutes for August 23rd, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I have a question for Mr. Gorham. Mr. Gorham, I wasn't present at that meeting. Is it okay if I vote to approve the minutes since it's administrative? I just wanted clarification.
I don't see why you can't, but it doesn't
Okay.
make a great deal of sense, to be honest, since you weren't there.
Just wanted to ask. Does it make sense for me to vote?
Well, yeah, if you
Okay.
weren't there, I mean, I don't know.
I will
how
not
you could
vote then.
Ratify
Thank you.
something you didn't do, but
Okay. Thank you. And is there any other discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Jennifer Ludwig,
Yes.
Hillary Lima,
Yes.
Kimberly Shockley,
Yes.
Jamie LeBlanc, you're going to abstain,
I am.
and Ann Dickson.
Yes. 4 yeas, 1 abstention. The motion passes. President update, the council is recruiting neighbors who want to improve our community to make it a place that is highly desirable to live, work, and enjoy leisure time. We have 9 openings on the Charter Review Commission. We anticipate starting the Charter Review Commission in December 2021. The commission will complete its work in May 2022. So this is a short-term activity, and we hope that there are many members in the community who will be applying for a position on the Charter Review Commission. We have 2 to 3 openings on the Conservation Commission. We have 3 full and 2 alternate members for the sewer subcommittee. We have 1 member anticipated for November for the land trust. We have 1 opening on the sewer assessment board of review, which we anticipate in November. We have 9 openings for the Parks and Recreation Commission. We have 1 to 2 openings on the Coventry School Building Committee, and all applications are available online at coventryri.org. We keep on mentioning these openings every single meeting, and we are getting applications, especially for Parks and Recreation and Charter Review Commission. So we're very grateful for those people who want to participate in good government, but we do need applicants from other positions also. Next, the council has an anticipated schedule for the charter review meetings. As I mentioned before, we're going to start around December 20th. We will provide the Charter Review Commission members with a summary of feedback from the council and department heads. Public comment will also be available for public input on recommendations for review. May 23rd, 2022, the Charter Review Commission will present its recommendations to the council. Hopefully at a general election in November 2022, the referendum questions based on what the council has approved will be on the ballot. Next item, C4, proclamation for the Coventry Historical Society.
That's the last page.
The Town of Coventry has received many comments from community members that we have not taken action soon enough to preserve our historical legacy. The town manager will be appointing a staff person or department to be property manager for our town's assets. We are also asking our Coventry Historical Preservation Commission, a town-appointed group, to be stewards of the Reed Schoolhouse and to develop a plan for its future. Tonight, we recognize the long-term commitment and involvement of the Coventry Historical Society in being stewards of the Old Summit Library and Reed Schoolhouse. The president of the Historical Society is not here, Ms. Lukowitz, but if she were here, we would ask to have her come to the podium. We would present the proclamation to her directly. I will read the proclamation. We have 22 copies of the proclamation, 1 for each person mentioned on this proclamation. Whereas the town of Coventry has a rich history embodied in 2 of its town-owned buildings, the Old Summit Library and the Reed School. Whereas in 1891, a group of 40 residents gathered and formed the Summit Free Library. Membership cost 50 cents per person, and the library had a collection of 2,000 volumes. The group met in Nixon Hall on Old Summit Road until 2000, when it sold it to the town of Coventry. Whereas in 1828, the Rhode Island General Assembly enacted a law permitting the dividing of towns into different school districts. Reed was one of Coventry's 18 districts. In 1831, Bradford and Thomas Reed sold a parcel of land to the Coventry School District number 13 for $1. The school district law was abolished in 1903, and the town purchased the property. The Reed School operated from 1831 to 1951, when the building was closed and used for storage by the town. The lowest population in the school was 5 pupils in 1886, and the highest was 17 in 1877. Whereas this proclamation recognizes the history and role of the Coventry Historical Society in preserving the town's history. Whereas the Coventry Historical Society, chartered in 1972, is dedicated to the preservation of the community's heritage through the spoken word and the printed word and the use of illustrations and recorded sound. Whereas in 1973, the town of Coventry gave the Coventry Historical Society a 25-year lease for the Old Summit Library and the Reed School. Whereas the Coventry Historical Society filed paperwork March 20th, 2002, that nominated the Reed School to the National Register of Historic Places in Coventry, Rhode Island. Whereas in 2018, the town, with a grant, repaired the Reed School, a requirement in order for the building to remain on the National Register. Whereas the Coventry Historical Society has through the years engaged in sponsoring fundraising activities, opened the doors of these historic sites to local school groups, participated in conferences and other celebratory historic events, set up displays in the two buildings, and set up a museum in the Old Summit Library and in the Reed School. Whereas the town of Coventry recognizes these Coventry Historical Society members for their contributions. Founding members Lillian Thurston, Matthias Hoppin, and Cecilia Myers, and other society members that included Frederick Williamson, Virginia Susi, Norma Smith, Sandy Lukowitz, Patricia Isbicki, Frederick Curtis, Patricia Curtis, Virginia Curtis, Faith Jacobson, John Deary, Mary Deary, Carl Susi, Stephen Kenny, Deborah Fielder, Paul St. Amand, Virginia Newton, Deborah Dunbar, Lorraine Chappie, and Dean Bentley. Whereas the town of Coventry recognizes the Coventry Historical Society for its long-term commitment to preserve the town's historical legacy. Signed this date, October 18th, 2021. So thank you to all members of the Coventry Historical Society. They will also have continued access to the Reed School for their meetings, and also are keeping on loan in the Reed School the artifacts that they have placed in there. Any comments that members of the council would like to add? Thank you. Updates by the town manager. The first item is a follow-up to a meeting that we had with Mr. Stephen McGilvery, Esquire, who is with Pierce Atwood. And he and Mr. Marchant will be presenting a follow-up to the report that we did on turbines a few weeks ago. Several questions came up during that meeting, and we promised that we would have follow-up to all of the questions that were asked. So I've asked Mr. McGilvery to join us this evening, and he's with us. Mr. McGilvery.
Thank you. I'll just run through the questions quickly. There were 8 of them. I'll run through them and also just quickly indicate what the answers were that we found out. As Ms. Dickson said, at the last meeting, there were a couple of questions that came up. We just didn't have the answers off the top of our head. Promised to go back and research them, and that's what we did. So the first question was, how does the height restriction, how did that affect the permitting of the turbines? The turbines were permitted in 2014 through special use permit. And so I went back and got a copy of the 2014 ordinances. There is no height restriction in R5. Presumably because in rural areas, most people go out, not up. So it probably was never an issue. I also should say, just as a side comment, that I did confirm that wind turbines in 2014, prior to the wind turbine ordinance, were permitted by special use, which is why the zoning board alone could have a meeting on one night and approve multiple turbines in R5. And that's what they did. So they followed the ordinance. As we said, yes, on August 30th, they met the standards and they granted the special use permit, which at the time was all they needed. The other question was notice given to all of those who were within 200 feet of the property line. We made a distinction, perhaps incorrectly, that the notice area was from the actual development, from the turbine. And of course, it's actually from the property lines. We went back and confirmed that those who were within 200 feet of the property line, not just the turbine itself, received proper notice. Someone raised the issue of a case in Falmouth where a town was required to actually remove existing turbines. We went back and looked at those cases, and there's a lot of things that distinguish those cases from the situation in Coventry. What I can say, though, is where they're similar is that the court ultimately decided the Falmouth cases on the question of whether there was a nuisance or not, whether the turbines constituted a nuisance, which I believe is something we talked about on August 30th, that individual residents are always allowed to and have the right to bring an action to abate or stop something that constitutes a nuisance. I think in this instance, an action to abate a nuisance will more likely result in a court order attempting to diminish the nuisance rather than actually getting rid of the turbines altogether. Also, just note that in the Falmouth cases, the citizens presented multiple studies that they were suffering from anxiety, insomnia, nausea, and that there were multiple citizens across a large area who were exhibiting these symptoms. So there was actually hard evidence that could be accepted by a court of negative physical effects on a number of people. So those are the Falmouth cases. And those really, I should also note, they stand out kind of as aberrations. I think the reason why someone asked about them is because they are really peculiar cases. You don't see the turbines being taken down that often in any of the cities and towns and states across the country. Next question. Does the application of industrial use standards to wind turbines mean they are an industrial use? And I think this question goes to the position that wind turbines are not appropriate in the R5 district under the comprehensive plan. Well, the industrial standards actually do not apply to R5. They apply to I1 and I2 industrial zoning districts, and those pre-existing non-conforming uses in other zoning districts. The turbines don't fall into either of those categories. There is language in the new wind regulation that states that all wind turbines or wind energy facilities, as they're called, must meet or exceed accepted industry standards. And I would note that simply because they are required to meet industry standards does not necessarily mean that they are industry and therefore inappropriate for a given zone or district. And in fact, the fact that there is a ordinance that now sets forth the conditions under which turbines can be built in R5 is strong evidence that they are not inappropriate, at least not when they meet all the conditions in the ordinance.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I know we have an ordinance, but the comprehensive plan, I thought in Coventry, that can also determine whether or not turbines should be in that District 1, because I'm pretty sure that the comprehensive plan says that it should be remaining rural.
Yep.
So wind turbine doesn't really jive with rural, in my opinion, but it's an opinion. But so couldn't Coventry be a little unique there?
I haven't looked at other municipalities to see whether Coventry is unique. That question, though, has come up multiple times. The ordinance are supposed to be enacted in such as to comply with the broad outlines set forth in the comprehensive plan. So by virtue of the fact that you now have a wind turbine ordinance that allows for it, and when that ordinance was enacted, they must have made a finding that it complied or comported with the comprehensive plan. That to a certain extent, that determination has already been made by the planning board. It's a little bit of a gray area. I mean, if you went to court and you said, hey, there's an ordinance, but it's not, it doesn't comply with the comprehensive plan, you could make that argument. I think the question here was more specific, which is just, hey, if the word industry is used, is it an industrial use such that it's automatically inappropriate? And the answer to that is no. I think there's some confusion around commercial activity too. R5 is supposed to be rural. It's supposed to be residential. Well, farms are commercial entities and make money. So the designating a district as being rural or residential doesn't necessarily, depends on the ordinance, doesn't necessarily rule out all economic activity and all commercial uses.
Understood. Thank you.
But that's an excellent question. And that is really one of the issues that came up around these turbines. And it's still kind of an open issue if you were to take it to court, I think. Can there be a termination of the special use permit for repeated violations? A violation of a condition in a special use permit. Let me back up. These turbines were permitted through special use permit, and most of the special use permits, as a condition for granting, stated that they couldn't exert more than 30 hours of flicker on a given residence. And so the question is whether repeated violation of that, assuming there is a repeated violation of that condition, can the special use permit be taken away and the use be preempted or stopped? And the answer is probably no. A violation of a condition in a special use permit is treated just like a violation of the zoning ordinance. And the section on violation and penalties that states what types of enforcement actions the town can take when they encounter a violation states that there are two. There are fines, and then the town can issue an order to abate or seek an abatement of the violation. It does not provide for an outright revocation of the special use. Can a noise ordinance be applied retroactively? And these are all very good questions, which is probably why I couldn't answer them at the time. But the retroactive imposition or action of a new statute is a tricky issue. The Rhode Island Supreme Court has said that you can't outlaw existing uses, grandfathered uses, which is why when a new zoning law comes in and it outlaws a use in a certain zone, those property owners who are already engaged in that use can maintain that use. That is not to say that nuisances can't be regulated by the town through their ordinances retroactively. They just have to be reasonable. So, for instance, in a noise ordinance, if you were to have a new noise ordinance, you couldn't have one such that it suddenly became economically unfeasible or infeasible to run a wind turbine, because it would be tantamount to saying that use, which is pre-existing, can no longer operate. So it's a little bit of a tricky issue, but it's fair to say that towns are able to regulate nuisances, past and present, as long as it's reasonable. I always think about the loud motorcycles. There's a lot of new ordinances for loud motorcycles, and loud motorcycles have been rolling into various towns for a number of years. You're not preempted from trying to fix that if that becomes a nuisance at some point through ordinances. The next two, I'll let Ben handle.
Yeah. We are going to update the noise ordinance.
Okay, sure.
I'll just say that to the microphone. There is a plan to update the noise ordinance.
What's that plan?
There was a noise ordinance update prepared about 2 years ago, and it was not brought forth to the council. So it's going to be put back into the process to be brought forth to the council.
By Ben? Who's bringing it forward?
I'm going to bring it forward because it was done from a study group and it will be brought back to the council for discussion.
Okay, on a future agenda.
Yes.
So a couple of the questions that came up for me that I was to research was, first, are there any other noise meters that may be used to monitor this noise? And the Coventry Police Department has noise meters And Chief Heiss indicated that the noise meters had not been calibrated, and it has since been calibrated. And there aren't any other meters on the market that can do any better than the ones we have. And the enforcement is dependent on the police getting called out to take a measurement of the noise at the time that it is being complained about, subject to that the conditions are still the same when the police arrive, to capture that potentially excessive noise. And to date, there has been no recording or call where an excessive noise has been recorded or detected. However, they will continue to research noise measurement devices based on any updates to the ordinance. The last question is
Can I just ask on that one? So when you asked, they had not been calibrated, but since then they
Yes.
have been calibrated. Have there been calls where volumes were taken and they just were determined to not be outside of the violation levels, or have there not been any calls?
I haven't heard of any calls since they've been calibrated.
And that was since our last meeting, which was August 30th.
Yes. Is the monitoring of flicker adequate and or accurate? At this point, I have not been able to determine the accuracy or adequacy of monitor flickering. Well, I'll say that I suspect that it is not adequate, as I've learned that there is only one point of location where the measurement is being taken for one specific property, and it doesn't account for other locations or other properties. So I would say that that's probably inadequate. And as for the accuracy, I got a data report from the wind energy, green energy development that indicated the readings, but they declined to interpret them for me after I asked, what does this data mean? It was not intuitive or clear to me which column measured the minutes of flicker and which column measured the minutes of shutdown. And so I think the next step in order to really get a handle on this is for the town to put out an RFP for an engineering firm that would make a proposal on how to measure and enforce this compliance issue. My predecessor had indicated that calls had been made and there was no one interested in doing such work, but I don't think a request for proposals was ever put out to see there might be more firms other than the ones that were contacted that may be interested and have the methods to track that. So that's where we're at now.
Ms. Ledler?
So how do we talk about next steps on a few of these items, such as this last one, where there is something we can possibly do, such as go out for RFP? Do you have a plan on any next steps that we should go over? Are we going to talk about that next?
I will do an RFP because I think that's necessary and prudent. And based on the results, I can bring that back to the council for discussion.
Can I just ask one follow-up question to the RFP? So the information that's being given originally when we talked about this months ago, before it was handed over to you, Mr. Marchant, it was my understanding that this was some sort of independent flicker monitoring, but it sounds like what you're saying is WED is actually sending you the information directly. Can you just clarify there?
I'll try. I don't know because I haven't witnessed the device. I haven't gotten a personal instruction on where it's located and how it's run. My understanding is that as part of the settlement, they had agreed to have a device installed to monitor flicker. I understand it's within a turbine, measuring outwardly rather than from a distance, measuring the flicker from the ground. And I don't know who procured the device, who paid for it, and how it was installed. I suppose it was probably the wind turbine company. From an enforcement of the ordinance situation, we have multiple owners at each of the different sites. And so getting permission to install devices on the turbines may be problematic. However, we also may want to set up our own monitoring system. And that's where I would really defer to the experts in this area to provide proposals to the town as to which solutions are more effective, more cost effective, and that sort of thing.
Thank you. It is not appropriate for someone such as WED to be monitoring flicker themselves when it's affecting our residents. So I absolutely agree with your suggestion to move forward with the RFP.
Thank you. Mrs. Shockley?
Yeah, just in relation to the RFP, with other towns, do we know if flicker is an issue? I know we get a lot of information from residents on people who are trying to get turbines taken down, sometimes successfully. Is flicker often an issue? And could that help us in reaching out to agencies that might do this sort of work? Like wind turbines are, I don't know how many agencies do this sort of work. So I'm trying to find the best way to reach out to engineering firms that would be able to do this.
Well, President Dickson got a head start and did some research and got me a list of businesses that are in that field. So that's very helpful. And I'll certainly, after I prepare the RFP and advertise it, I'll contact them directly. I also found a community that had a similar issue. I reached out and sent a communication to their town manager, and they promptly replied to my call and left me a message, and I have not had a chance to return that call yet, but I'm looking forward to getting any insight on other people's experiences on how they've handled it.
That's great. I think it's fantastic that we have a list of agencies that may do this, just so that we get a good response. I'm really glad you're taking the time to do the RFP, and I'm interested in hearing how that phone call goes.
Now, WED owns only 4 of the 10 turbines that are out there right now. Some of the rest are owned by West Warwick and Narragansett Bay, et cetera. When I did the research, I found about 6 engineering companies that did mention that they do flicker studies. So we can start with that. And one of them has locations right in Connecticut and Massachusetts. Some of them are in the UK. So we may want to start closer to home to start. Okay. It's very difficult to tell if they will do what we want to do. We've heard about Epsilon. Epsilon was hired by the town to do, I would call it a predictive study based on what we know about the movement of the sun. What can you predict will be the outcome when you have turbines out there? And they predicted an amount of flicker that would be received, especially by the local residents, especially by one particular resident. But it was only a predictive study. That's all it did, was to give you a prediction. And it was used as a basis for the positioning of the turbines, et cetera. But they are not employed by us at this particular moment, and they do not interpret data. And so this is the problem that we're having, and that is that you can get all this data, but what does it mean? And you need to have someone to interpret it. Mrs. Lima.
Thank you. One thing I thought about after that meeting at the end of August was, I wonder if we should take some steps to be proactive in our ordinances when it comes to sources of green energy like solar, like wind. I don't know, maybe if there's ordinances that other municipalities employ when it comes to things like solar panels or wind turbines that we should consider adopting to just be proactive and ensure that we're having the best the residents' best interests at heart instead of waiting until something like this happens. So I don't know what the best step forward is on that, but something we should probably think about is looking at. This probably won't be the last time we'll talk about wind turbines. Maybe not. Maybe we won't even talk about it with relation to this. You know, I'm sure the Arnold Road bit is not going to be the last time we talk about solar energy in town. So just something to think about. But Ben, I think you had your hand raised.
I was going to respond, not that it's necessary, but I think that in Coventry's experience, we have ordinances in place now, a little too late. I think the kind of the lesson learned is that there's always a big risk when you're running on the bleeding edge of technology. And that's not a really good place for government to be because of the unanticipated consequences. So I don't think we should be the last to adopt new technology and best practices, but kind of letting someone else go through the learning pains and growing pains does give a level of confidence to the policy setting process for elected boards like yourself.
Well, I think too, it just provides protections not only for residents, but also for the folks who are making these decisions, because they certainly don't have all the answers. And they're just going to say, well, I'm going to go by the information that's in front of me. And they might not ask all the questions that need to be asked. So I'm not saying we need to over legislate, but I think any forward thinking we can do to put ourselves at a playing field that's level with other places that might be far and ahead with how they're legislating.
And I think that's the big predicament.
Yeah.
You know, at the time, it was very forward thinking to embrace wind energy, and it was very exciting time. And to put the brakes on something so exciting and cutting edge is a difficult position to be in. So you don't know until it's too late.
Oh yeah.
But I think that's absolutely right. And that's why kind of to the next point, why I go to conferences and continue education. And I want to encourage the same of our directors so that they can be aware of best practices, ordinances, and issues out there and better ways to do things.
So I can just also add to that. Am I on here? The new turbine ordinance was 2017. So I think I wasn't around at the time, but I think it was implemented in reaction to the flurry of turbine activity in 2014. I was involved in 2019 in the drafting of the new solar ordinance, which did exactly what you were suggesting. Take basically the best bits and pieces from all the towns that seem to be handling it well and put it together into an ordinance that I think is working fairly well now. It went through the planning board and was thoroughly vetted and went to the town council, thoroughly vetted. And it's much more restrictive than your old ordinance, but it is, I think, more up to date as well.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Going along the same lines as Councilwoman Lima, I think I heard that you said notice was sent to properties within 200 feet. You can certainly see the turbines a lot farther than 200 feet. So that being said, you're saying that we were proactive and we changed our ordinance. What's the how far do you have to be to get notified now?
It's further.
2,000.
It's 2,000.
2,000.
2,000.
2,000 feet.
I don't even know that's far enough, but okay. All right. I just want to, at least it's more than 200.
Right.
Thank you.
No, that is a very small area for that type of structure.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. McGilvery.
Thank you.
We appreciate the time you spent with us.
Have a good night.
Mr. Gorham, you can have a seat at the table now. Mr. Marchant is going to give an update on his attendance at the International City County Management Association, which he attended last week, I believe. So, Mr. Marchant.
Thank you. Yes. And thank you for accommodating my time away to go to Portland, Oregon. I was disappointed that it's not the beautiful city that I remembered. They're going through some really difficult issues with proliferation of homelessness that I was shocked and astounded by. But it's not unique to Portland. Seattle's worse, and up and down the West Coast. But that aside, I did have a wonderful conference, going to some great educational sessions, reconnecting and networking with other managers in the profession, sharing best practices, and some very inspirational speakers. The profession as a whole is growing in diversity and scope, and following a lot of the major trends across the country about what communities can do to do better citizen engagement, to provide more representative democracy, more inclusion and diversity and equity within the workforce. And so there were a lot of really great sessions and discussions going on. Some of them that I attended included, best practices in policing and policing management, and what questions should you be asking your police chief and the department. What can you do to foster a learning and growing organization that can, promote the values of ownership and make every employee a stakeholder and a potential leader in the organization. And I was very excited about this. I would say the most important and key element for local government success is leveraging and optimizing the effectiveness of the organization through staff discipline, training, and development, because staff is what you provide the services with. That represents 80% of our budget. And if you don't have an effective staff, then you're really missing the mark in providing the level of value that you could be to your community. In one of the keynotes, they said the best way to destroy a great employee is to tolerate a bad one. And I think we can all, from our own experience, think of times when we didn't feel like someone else was pulling their weight, perhaps in a group assignment in school or college, where there is a sense of unfairness when some people are working really hard and other people don't seem to be so much. So to that end, I have a strategy and a plan to develop some new policies for an employee handbook to set expectations and standards and ideals for all the employees to strive towards. The town has not had the benefit of such a document in the past, and I think there could be a lot to add value and provide a greater level of certainty, job satisfaction, improve the work environment and morale. So this conference was just the thing that I needed, and it motivated me to push some of these issues forward, because I know they're important, but making time for things that have a lasting impact on the organization is always hard to put ahead of the things that are immediately demanding my attention on a day-to-day basis.
Any questions for Mr. Marchant? Ms. Ludwig?
So, Mr. Marchant, I was interested to hear you say about your, goal of coming up with some new guidelines for our employees at the town. And I think while documentation is important, living and breathing those objectives is very important. I was on an email chain earlier this week with someone who was not so kind to some of the town staff. And I was pleased to see you professionally and firmly stand up for the staff. And I think that brings in not just professionalism, but an air of confidence in the people that work here. So I just wanted to say thank you for that and highlight it to the council, that I think the document is great, and living and breathing will help solidify that.
Thank you. I do intend to promulgate the draft policies to the council for input and feedback, because ultimately I do think that should be a policy document adopted by resolution of the town council and then implemented through the ranks.
Thank you. All right, our next item is D1, school bond impact on the town of Coventry's projects budget. It's important that the council and the public understand the financial impact of a school bond. On September 28, 2021, Mr. Luke Murray, chairperson of the Coventry Building Committee, made a presentation to the council on the necessity for school construction project and its proposal for funding the bond. The town is asked to authorize an $89 million bond, but with what is called state pay-go funds, the town will actually borrow a little over $81 million. We have asked our town manager and finance director to prepare a report that considers the school bond impact on Coventry's projected budgets. The manager and the finance director are not making recommendations to the town council. They are presenting data which uses data from Mr. Murray's report and our town's financial health report to present a picture to the council and to the public. Following this meeting, there will be additional discussions between the town and the Coventry Building Committee, followed by Mr. Murray's update on November 8th, 2021, and a discussion of potential reconciliation of funding protocol if needed. Reference for all the council members is a document that was sent out via email by the town manager on Friday, October 15th, and updated today. And the email was also sent to Superintendent Levis, who is with us this evening, and Chairperson Kathy Patno from the school committee, and also to Mr. Murray, who's on the Coventry Building Committee. That update went out to I think about 5 o'clock this evening, and they can tell you the differences between the two versions. So Ms. Mills and Mr. Marchant, we're ready.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. So I guess I'd start by saying that this really is an analysis of the potential impact of the school bond on the town's financial operation. You're really not going to see any new information tonight, but this is a study of the data of how this works within the context of the budget and the plan for how the town can approach the administration of paying for the principal and interest of a bond this size. So, slides I printed off are small. I think I could see it up there easier, but this slide just gives an overview of the content that we'll be discussing, the town of Coventry bond process, the total school project cost, the total financed cost of the school bond. Those are two different things. The project construction cost being one thing, but the total cost of the financing package, including the principal, interest, and amortization, is a different cost. We have the debt schedule from our bond advisors, PFM, which is a source of a lot of the information that we drew from, as did Mr. Murray in his presentation a couple weeks ago. We will show the town's total debt service and a chart that shows the pattern of how that debt will be included and retired over the years. We have a slide that shows the current school CIP needs. That is admittedly dated information from a 2016 study called the Jacobs Report, and how that compares with a proposed school bond allocation. We have a couple of projections that will indicate just kind of where we go with this and how that works. And we show the legal debt margin, and I brought back the litmus test for kind of a way to check and review and reflect on what's being presented tonight. So the bond process is pretty simple. step one, the Coventry Town Council has the opportunity to vote on whether to refer the school bond to the voters. Once that happens, enabling legislation needs to be drafted by legal counsel and submitted for approval to have the school bond referendum, which would then go to the General Assembly and state legislature to vote on that. And then, if assuming those 2 steps happen or 3 steps happen, then the school bond would be voted on by the town of Coventry citizens in a bond referendum. So for the total school project cost, I know these columns are hard to see from a distance, but these slides are going to be available online, and you have the packets printed out before you. But in the first column, this is based. Yes.
But some of you are sitting in the back, like to come forward so you can see the screen better. You got a copy? Do you all have a copy?
I did have one surplus copy if someone would like that.
Is there anyone who does not have a copy, who's in the audience, would like a copy for reference? We all set? Okay.
All right. So this first column is based on the current incentive from the state's school funding pay-as-you-go program. This shows the reimbursement rate of 57.8%. It shows the pay-as-you-go incentive and the pay-as-you-go bonus program of 15%. And as you go down the column, we some of these numbers are different from Mr. Murray's presentation because we separated out the principal and the interest and the reimbursement payments. I believe his were shown net, but you can see that they do tie in the total amounts of the principal, the total amounts of the reimbursements from the state. And the second column shows what this same project would cost to the town without any of those incentives. If we were to do this just at the current 42.8% state housing aid reimbursement rate. And there are 3 differences in savings. There are 3 ways in which the current proposal would save the town money from the perspective of financing the project. The first would be a direct reduction in the amount of principal borrowed. So the pay-as-you-go amount, $8,149,022, would be subtracted from the school project cost of $89 million in the first couple of years of getting the project off the ground, because those reimbursements are directly done up front. And then that would allow you to borrow less principal at the time you issue the bond to begin construction. So you have that direct savings. The second would be related to that because of the lower principal amount borrowed, you would have less interest to pay on that lower borrowing amount. And then the third would be the state's incentive of the extra reimbursement rate at 57.8% and the 15% bonus. And so this table really shows how we run those numbers, and they all tie back to the bond council's data on a later slide. And feel free to stop me at any time with questions, but I think subsequent slides will hopefully answer them, and we can always come back. And there is an excellent opportunity at the end where we'll leave the presentation slides and pull up the actual spreadsheet where we can manipulate the variables and see what different assumptions would have, what impact they would have.
Mrs. Shockley?
Can I just ask for the state of Rhode Island housing aid shown on the town budget? Oh, I'm on the page.
We're still on page 4.
Yeah. I haven't. I'm having trouble understanding what that number is. Because it's only $2 million different on each.
So, correct. So the difference is the biggest incentive that's new is that pay as you go, right? So that's a direct reduction of the cost of the bond, right?
The
So-
8,149,000.
Right.
Yep.
So it's not classified as housing aid. It's a direct reduction in our principal. And the additional 2.855 is housing aid, but it's again from that same program. So
So is that,
so the total savings is 19 million. If you were to wait on this program and do the 42.8. The difference on the last line of 46.26, that's the true cost of the project to a taxpayer at the 57.8%. They will have to come up with 46% of this project, as opposed to in the normal circumstances when the pay-as-you-go amount expires 12/31/22, you will have to pay, the taxpayers would pay 57% of this project.
so the line I'm actually asking about, and maybe you've explained it and I just still don't understand it.
Mhm.
Below the total project cost prior to state aid in gray, you have a line that says State of Rhode Island Housing Aid.
Yes.
Yeah.
64 million?
Yes.
Yes,
So with 57.8%, we get 64 million in housing aid.
correct.
With 42.8%, we get 62 million in housing aid.
Yes. Well, the difference
So-
is
so-
Am I
because,
calling for the wrong number?
No,
I don't know why it's
no,
only a
that-
$2 million
So,
difference.
so the difference is 57% of 81 is you have different denominators and numerators.
Right.
And so because 89 million is $9 million higher, you're taking a lower percentage of it, but it's more money. And so the difference between the two is only that 1.5 million.
but it might be just the way you're viewing it. So the $8
Totally
million
could be.
at the,
Because the
the
19 million kind of makes sense to me. It's how you're getting to the 19
right, well,
million.
the 8 million right off the top is required by law
There you
to
go.
reduce the bond.
Yep.
So if you wanted to, in theory, call that housing aid, but it's really not,
No, I don't.
you would see the difference. But I think what
but
Mr.
you're saying
Marchant
it's
is trying,
considered part of the 15%, even though we've separated it up.
It's not part of the 15%.
Oh, okay, then you've
So,
lost.
so the pay-as-you-go is a separate allotment that is the incentive,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
You get that for participating now. That reduces our bond amount from 89 to 81.
Okay.
And then when we issue the bond, we're going to get reimbursed at a 57.8% on the principal and interest of the 81 million.
Okay.
So without that incentive, we don't get the 8 million and we don't get the 57%. We have a higher number of 89 million to do the
Right.
project,
right,
but the reimbursement rate of 42.8% nets you a larger sum than you
'Cause
would
it's on
if
a
it
higher
was
amount.
81
Yeah.
million.
Right.
Right. So it's just a nominal difference where you're moving numbers around, and to get a true comparison of the cost, it can be hard to follow. And that's why we spent so much time crunching numbers and trying to figure this out.
Like I said, the rest of the chart actually makes relatively good sense to me. It's this line where it says housing aid, which is 57.8, gives you 64 million. When it's 42.8, I know it's of an $8 million higher number, but it gives you 62 million. And
So it's like this. Would you like 50% of $2 or 25% of $4? It gets you $1 either way. Right.
yeah, but I'm
Different
getting an
percentages.
extra 15%.
Well, so
so
we
the
actually
extra
didn't,
15% is
that's shown at
below.
the bottom.
So that's below on letter D. So when you add them all up, the 2.8 million, which is part of the pay as you go, is that bonus of 15. If when all is said and done, if we meet all the requirements, we get that 15%. The 8.1 million plus the 64. So those are your total
Okay. All
So
right. See, you put the different numbers in multiple different spots. So I might have just gotten lost in the minutia, but I think I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, we're trying to show the progression because you don't actually get the 15% bonus until the end of the project.
Yep.
right, correct.
All right. This slide shows the total financed cost of the school bond, and is similar to other slides we're going to go over, but specifically on this one, I want to focus on the fact that for years 2023 through 2025, this table shows the construction interest only payments. And upon project completion in 2026, the bond is financed, and years 2026 through 2050 reflect the principal and interest payments. And you can see how after the first couple of years, they level out to a consistent reimbursement rate in the first pink column, a consistent debt service rate in the second column, and a consistent amount that has to be funded out of the town budget to pay the difference to meet that bond rate. The total debt service cost of the project would be altogether $132,217,541, of which the state housing aid is $64,435,066, for a net cost to the Coventry taxpayer of $67,782,475. Actually, that 132 million on the previous slide is higher. It shows 140 million because of the pay-as-you-go incentive. So you back the pay-as-you-go incentive out, that brought the cost from 140 down to 132. But the true cost is all in is 140 between the state and the town.
Did she,
Question?
Ms. Lima?
If you're not done, if you want to finish the slide.
Sure. I have just a couple more sentences. This reflects the difference in the cost of the school versus the cost of the financing to fund the construction of the school. On a year-to-year basis, this means that the town will receive $2.5 million in housing aid after the first year disbursement of $4.2 million to put towards the new bond expense of $5 million, leaving $2.5 million more to be funded by taxpayers. I'm reiterating what I said at the intro. Questions?
So the yellow column for tax rate increase, is this saying that in order to keep pace with the debt, we need a 3% increase every year through 20?
We're going to look at that separately at a later slide, but for the
Right.
purposes of this projection, yes, it does assume a 3%
Right.
increase every year to the town budget,
Okay.
to
So
the town levy.
whoops, I'm sorry. So we get further into the projection of the budgets for the next 25 years. This was just extrapolated out of that analysis, just to show you, this is our debt service. The first column is, our new debt service net of the revenue. So this is just extrapolated out of the projection. So that's why it shows those years there.
Okay.
Yes.
So does this include the levy that we would put forth to the taxpayers when we put the bond forth?
So
We'll talk
Well,
about that in a later slide
Right.
because I think it's been presented in the school building committee one way, and we're looking at it a slightly different way, and we can explain the reasons and the rationale behind that. But I don't want to confuse that before we get there. So hold that thought. You're on the right track. The next slide is simply the data set that we got from PFM. This is the bond advisor's demonstration that a single debt issuance with interest only bond anticipation notes, or BANs, is more cost effective than 3 separate debt issuances. So it's structured, the bond with a single debt issuance, you only have one origination fee cost. And then it acts like a home equity line of credit where you can just tap into the funds as you need them. And that gets you through the construction phase before you finish the project. So just like a home equity line of credit that you would draw down. Any questions on this?
I had one question on the bands. So is there some sort of stipulation that would have to go into the bans that would say this could only be used for this project? Or is this an overall Coventry bond that goes out
So
used for other purposes?
that depends on the enabling legislation and how it's written and how the governance and administration of this debt issuance and project is carried out going forward. So, I believe when I had this question of Mr. DiAgostino earlier, and he said in Situate that the enabling legislation specified that the town council had all authority over all expenditures for approving change orders, cost increases, and what have you to keep tight reins on their project. And that was for a much smaller project. I think it was to build their turf field, but that can be structured at that point, I would say at the town council's pleasure.
And if I can add, at the last place I worked as well, the town council they had a town manager for overseeing the construction costs, but the town council had oversight over all change orders and how that was facilitated. So that was
And I think the school building committee has also talked about hiring a project management firm to help ensure accountability and efficiency in the carrying out of the process. But really that would fall under the purview of the town council to determine how this project will be administered, because at the beginning and the end of the project, it's going to be town funded through a bond, and it'll be a town building. It'll be under the trust portfolio that the town insures. And so it's the town's project, and how you structure the management of the project will be kind of as you asked.
So I have a question on slide 6. So as I understand it, I'm looking in the left column, the white column, we go after a bond of 81 million. Is that correct? All at
Yes.
once, a single
Well,
issuance?
yes, but when you go to the as far as when it goes to the state legislatures, it has to go at 89, right? So
Yeah.
because the state, the whole reason behind that is because the state is funding a substantial amount of this, and they have to make sure there's money in that pool. And the actual pay-as-you-go was bonded by Rhode Island taxpayers at 250 million of it was allocated. So that's why it has to go through the state legislature to make sure there's funds in there available. And as far as I know, that's already been,
I understand that the town council has to authorize 89 million,
correct.
but we are going to borrow up 81 million.
Yes.
All at once. Is that
No.
correct?
No, it's not all at once.
Is it
It's under
bands?
bands, what they call bands, which is,
So
anticipation notes.
Is the first ban November 2021? How much are we actually borrowing then?
So on the schedule, there's an anticipation. Now, this is just assumptions. I mean, we don't have actual construction and project, but the first ban was assumed to be 7,018,000 for a certain time period for construction costs.
So this effectively does what Mr. Murray presented. Instead of, he presented as 3 bond issuances. We're going to do 30 million, then 40 million, then 11 million. This just says we're going to do 1 bond issuance. We're authorized, the voters, the town council, the legislature, and the voters have to authorize the full amount of the project, which is 89 million. But once we get into the project construction phase, where we are going to start incurring costs for bringing the architectural designs from concept designs to full building blueprints, you're going to start incurring those costs. And the initial costs are going to be less, so you're going to ramp up. And I believe because this project isn't a single project, but it's going to touch the other 6 schools, you're going to have costs up front that are eligible for reimbursement on the pay-as-you-go. So you need some money to work with, and then you'll get some of that money reimbursed through pay-as-you-go. But then as the project ramps up, then you're going to do a second bond anticipation note to get a little more, and then a third one a little more, and then you're going to take the whole thing.
So we're going to be borrowing under 4 different time periods, but we're going to borrow
Well,
81 million.
This is just a
This is just a preliminary.
sample
This is not,
scope. You could do it in
Sample.
with a single bond anticipation note and then take the whole thing. You could do 3 or 4 or 5. But the point is that you only do one bond origination to only pay those origination costs once. And then there may be administrative fees with the bands, but it's a lot less than separate bond issuances.
and once you get to that point that you know what the construction phases are going to be, then you would work closely with the bond advisor to advise on how many bands you need. You know,
Thank you.
And I don't know how deep in the weeds we want to get on this part. You know, like you said, you're just making some assumptions, but are we at all concerned about putting off the issuance of the full bond for so many years? I don't know what costs are to bonds, only because interest rates could change.
Well, the interest is built in.
well, it is. The interest rate is built in here at 4%, which is rather conservative. Interest rates are really low right now, but they're only going to go up. We know that.
I think that's my
but it's
point.
it's still not going to be, I mean, this is not my recommendation. This is the bond advisor. It's still not advisable to take out the whole 80 million and not pay and pay interest on it, even if it's at 1.75 or 2% versus you're not going to use it until year 4. I mean, so there's really, he ran the analysis on that. So if we needed to look at different ways, and maybe this thing goes out a little bit further than 2 or 3 years or whatever, then we ask for his advice on that, right? So.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. So this slide shows the total debt service of the bonds and the changes in total debt obligations to the town with the addition of 132 million for the new school bond. As you can see in the existing bonds column, the first orange one, from 2022 to 2023, you see $1,124,032 drop off in our current bond payments. That's when the first bond drops off. And then another $426,648 drops off in 2024. And that is kind of matching. You see the total debt service in the last column. The addition of the school bond really kicks in 2026 at 10 million. But after that, you really don't get any significant reductions in debt service until 2036. And the new school bond peak interest and debt service in 2026 will add 6,789,400 to the existing debt load in our debt service.
So this only goes till 2050. How long does that debt go on for? It looks like
It ends in 2050.
No, it
So,
ends 2050.
yeah, it is. It's a 25-year bond. And based on this schedule, everything gets paid off in 2050 and 2051. There's nothing. It's structured as a level pay where you're going to keep the interest and principal payments fairly consistent for planning purposes year to year.
Okay. I don't know if it's prudent to talk about now, but some of the comments that have swirled are, well, what wiggle room do we have for other projects if we take this on the books? Is that something you'll address later?
That's addressed later.
Okay.
I mean, we'll bring it up again because I think there are dynamics and perspectives. We're just presenting the data that kind of lets you know what your boundaries are.
Yeah.
But it's a completely separate conversation as to what your political priorities and considerations are for the needs of the community. So we'll discuss that. Charlie. So this is a visual representation of the prior table. Our blue section shows the current debt, and you see the kind of the immediate tapering in the next 2 years, and then it really doesn't tail off until 2036. The orange spike would be 2026 when the full load of the school bond debt would come in. The initial payment's really high, and then that tapers off and comes down over a period of time. And that's just the bond council's amortization schedule. This would certainly change based on any changes to the market interest rates between now and the time you would actually issue the bond. This is a simple table that shows the current debt service schedule for the general fund. It's what we have now in place, and this is from our bond council. The next slide, not to forget about our sewer fund. While it's not part of the general fund, it is part of the debt obligation the town has. And if the sewer fund were to be in a position to not meet its debt obligations, it would fall on the general fund, on the town to cover that obligation. So hopefully that never happens, but that's why we can't completely ignore this. This is a visual representation of how this debt issuance is addressing the needs of the Coventry schools. Again, this is the 2016 Jacobs report, and the needs that were identified in that report. And on the right, you have the pie charts showing how the bond allocation will be used to serve the school's needs. This next slide shows the school budget composition, and it's really by revenues. So the town has it, the large blue portion of the pie shows the appropriation, the annual budget appropriation. The yellow piece is the appropriation for school pensions. And really, I wanted to put this up just as a placeholder in your mind before we get into the slides showing all of the variables for forecasting budgets over the 25-year life of the bond. We're just showing how it's allocated now, but if there were to be a change on the state side, if they were to be short on funding for state aid or change some funding formula in some way, and it comes back on the town and the school to cover the difference, we have to understand that this will impact our operations and how we continue to meet that need. So the next slide shows the town's budget composition and how the town is carrying all of the debt service. So this is kind of the meat and potatoes where we start to really get into the affordability or how this debt service schedule impacts the long-term budgeting of the town. This slide shows a conservative approach to funding the debt service with an initial 3.45% tax levy increase, with projections that assume a steady increase in budget funding of 3% for the town and 3% for the school. And the next page shows a chart, which I know is really hard to see. And I have larger charts to show you, hand out in a minute. But really, this is showing that with a 3.45% tax levy increase in 2024,
2025. Right. Can you switch the slide? I'm sorry, Ben. Could you switch the slide?
Yep, sorry.
Thanks.
So in the gray column on the far right, we show the funding shortfall we would have in our budget for 10 years from 2025 to 2035 until that enough of the debt falls off to put us back in a balanced budget. So this projection shows budget deficits of $1 million to $2 million per year during that 10-year period.
I just want to go back to my same question from earlier.
Yes, now's a good time.
Yeah, perfect. The levy that we would have at the time we passed, we put the bond before the voters. Where does that factor in?
So do you want to explain that or?
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, we can start with a terribly small page. We can start on the line for 2022, this year's budget. We have 2.99%.
So that's.
This is our
This
current
was our
year.
tax increase.
So-
That was our levy rate increase. for
Right.
this
So all these projections are based on history. So the light blue above the current year, 2022, is history of what actually happened, ties in. Okay. So 2022 is 2.99 tax levy. So when we do an increase, it's based on that base. So that's what so that piggybacks off that.
So here's the dynamic that you have to understand. When we talk about budgeting for 2023, the municipal finance law requires us to pass a balanced budget. And so because of that $1 million in debt that's falling off, we can pass a balanced budget with 1.99%
For 2023.
for 2023. And granted, this is a projection. We haven't done any budget work to see what our capital needs are and the school's needs and everything else. But we are assuming at this point, if you read across you see the green column, and to the right of that, there's a blue column. This is the municipal projection for the town of a 3% budget increase going all the way down. We're assuming that the town appropriation is going to have a 3% increase year after year. And in the at the top, you see the first yellow cube. We assume a 3% school increase in appropriation year after year from that date going down, 2023 on down. And so with that assumption of 3% increases, we only need a budget of a levy increase of 1.99% to achieve that. And we have a balanced budget.
Yeah.
You following me?
That's
I am
yours.
following you without the bond. Like I understand.
Right. Well, we haven't gotten to the bond.
Okay, perfect. Then yes, I'm following you.
So just to expand on what Mr. Marchant said. So just keep in mind, everything that's on this little chart here, or this chart, the pink is the new stuff. So the new stuff is the housing aid relating to the school bond, and the pink to the right on the expenditure side is the new debt. So that's all incorporated into this analysis. But go ahead.
So 2024 is the second year where more bond funds fall off, but with the 3% increases, we need a 2.5%. I'm not
Tax
sure if
levy.
I'm-
Yep.
Okay, same numbers, good.
Yep.
Levy increase, and we show a modest 283,000 surplus. So it's a balanced budget. We didn't get too picky on the numbers to take it to zero every time, but this is where we're with the bond issue, with the project approval and the pay as you go, we start having those expenses before we started having the interest and principal debt liabilities. And that would come in year 2025. And that's where you would see the 3.45% levy increase to absorb some of the impact of that bond. And this is showing essentially that that's not going to be quite enough. So the next projection is with a 4% tax levy increase, which is the maximum that we're allowed to do under state law. And it improves the picture in the gray column quite a bit. It's still running a deficit for those same 10 years, but it's a lower deficit of 400,000 to 1.4 million in terms of the total deficit from year to year.
Mr. Marchant, I do have a quick question, and that is that when we saw a presentation by the Coventry Building Committee, there was a proposal that there be a 1.99% tax levy in addition to whatever we would require for the budget. And so I don't see those two numbers here. And I'm not sure if the tax levy, the additional special, I'll call it special tax levy, goes away in this projection or not.
So no, because we don't have a mechanism to do two separate levies with the purpose, for the purpose of funding the project separately from the budget. So taking it all in together, one of the questions would be, well, in order to absorb that big hit in 2025 of the extra $6 million to our debt service, why couldn't we increase the levy in 2023 and 2024 to cover that? Which, if you wanted to up the tax levy for those 2 years, you could, but you couldn't save the money as surplus because you have to have a balanced budget. So you would have to increase your appropriation in those years to cover CIP, maintenance costs, some to the school, some to the town, whatever those needs are, in order to build your levy base for 2 years later in order to prepare for that hit. And then you would need less than perhaps the 3.45% in 2025 to meet that need. But it's all about how you're going to strategically position the town's finances to be able to absorb this cost.
So can I add on that? I just want to add a little bit on that. So Madam President, I think I understand what you're trying to articulate here, but to Mr. Marchant's point, there's not two separate analysis. So what we did is we took the bond, what the bond advisor has for information, the housing aid, everything, and incorporated in our budget with assumptions for revenue, the tax revenue or tax levy being the we're on the slide that says 4% and then 3% all the way down. But there's other assumptions too, right? So we have a 3% increase for municipal expenditures, and that includes CIP. So, you can always change those numbers. You can change the school's appropriation is 3% a year. 3% on 50 million is quite a huge number. So if you drop it 0.5%, there's quite a bit of savings there. So that was towards the end of this presentation. I do have this analysis that we can play with and try to get it to the numbers that you want to see. I did do some preliminary, it's this big sheet here, to what it would take to get this financed in the year 2025. And to add to your point, Madam President, it would be about a 6%. If I took basically 3% of what our normal budget is and added the bond, it would have to be a 6% tax increase for 2025 to have a zero deficit.
So, I'm trying to understand this, and I'm looking at 2025, and I'm seeing that our total debt is going to be $6,209,236.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that is assuming we're going to be able to pay that, assuming that the voters approve a 3.45% tax levy. Is that correct?
Yes. And here's
If we don't, then what happens to us?
So you brought up an excellent point, because all these projections in the world, and we could start at 4% or 6% to get it to break even. If you don't continue with the analysis of a 3% all the way down or some range, if let's just say what happened in the year prior to me being here, they didn't pass a budget, so you're level funded. So that's a zero tax increase, right? So if it's a zero tax increase, who's going to absorb that shortfall of 2.5 million of additional debt? That's the ultimate question right there. Can we make up any? It's a serious question, because these are the taxpayers voting for this, and they're voting for your tax levy every year, not just when the bond's passed. Yes, sir.
So I think just trying to make it conceptually easy for everybody to think about it. What I'm hearing is, if this bond is to pass, the real question is, are the taxpayers ready to pay a 6% increase for the next 25 years?
Well,
under this plan.
So it's not 6%. Yeah, it's not 6% for the next 25 years. Do you want to give them the
Yeah,
sheet?
Or
It's,
roughly,
well, yeah, so
It's-
we're starting to get to the point where in the presentation where there are dynamics, and we want to show this because I think it'll bear out some of the questions that you have in your mind and trying to understand it. So before we get to that, I want to go to the last two slides to just talk about the debt margin first. This shows, so your debt margin is a very simple formula under state law that is determined as a function of 3% of the gross assessed value of the town. So whatever our assessed value is for all 64 square miles times 3% is our debt limit. In 2020, it was 104 million. A growth in the assessed value in 2021 brought it up to 119 million. And in 2022, current budget year, we're at 120 million. So it doesn't go up a lot, but it goes up some as property values go up. There's no guarantee that property values will always go up, so that number can fluctuate. But what we show is that in 2021 and 22, our debt margin has grown from 72 million to 91 million. Of that 91 million, we currently have 37 million in general obligation debt. So we're, for rough numbers, we're using 30% of our credit capacity today. And with the bond adding 81 million to our debt, we would be using closer to 90% of our credit limit. And we would have 10 million of available credit left.
Until
25 years.
2050. But, really, as you pay down the debt, you would increase your margin a little bit by little bit in every year, but you wouldn't get the full, assuming we took on no debt for 25 years, 10 million is what we've got to deal with any emergency or any other CIP or any other project from a debt standpoint until 2050. That makes sense? So actually, this will be the last slide because I think we can hold off the litmus test. And the litmus test is really a rhetorical question for each of you to make on a policy decision basis. It's not intended for any other purpose than self-reflection. But I did add a new question in this to question, is this the best solution for the problem? Does this provide the best value to the taxpayers? Is it appealing? Is it appetizing? Can we do this? I am going to hand out a large printout of this page, which shows, I'll pass these down. And this is a scenario that Lisa just ran since we send out the slide book this evening that shows that 6% tax levy increase in 2025 in order to get to a balanced budget with little to no deficits in the gray right-hand column. And from here, you can see that we got away from the straight line 3% levy increases to where it can fluctuate as the bond and principal and interest payments fluctuate, as needs fluctuate, that we can do with less than a 3% levy increase in some of those years.
No.
Does everyone have one? I
Yes.
have an extra
Yep,
one
we had
here.
enough copies. So going back to my question in the beginning, and I think Lisa kind of hit on it a couple of minutes ago. So if even in this scenario that was just run later today and the one that's shown up there on the slide, if the taxpayers don't vote for that 3% or more, we're on the verge of a tipping point, is what you're saying, of the amount of debt we have to absorb. We don't meet that.
Yes, but.
So that's why we wanted to put the budget composite of what the town and the school has. So if they don't if the budget doesn't get passed in 2023 and it's zero funded, so the question is, who's going to absorb that 2.5 million of additional debt? Because it's not going to be in there.
Who's going to absorb?
But whether it be,
current debt?
so what's that? So it's either going to be, so it's going to be absorbed somehow, right? So it's going to be reduced appropriation, reduced services. I mean, so if we obviously the last, not this year, but the year before, it was level funded. And it was, I'm sure it was tight for both the school and the town. So can you imagine another level funded and everything goes up, right? So we got electricity that goes up. Virtually everything goes up, including we have union contracts we have to abide by for salaries, as well as the school department. So to maneuver a zero funded budget with those contracts and as Mr. Marchant had stated earlier, a substantial part of our expenditures, particularly the school, 80% is salaries. So how much is that controllable? And that's why when we get to the composite, I'm kind of showing we have huge pension payments. We have debt payments right now. And so most of these things, particularly the pensions, were from past deeds not done, so prior years not being funded properly. So now we're playing catch up with these ARC payments. So
While we're on the subject, this is a question for Ben and Lisa. In your past experience, what's the average levy increase municipalities usually impose? Like, just curious how that usually go. I know that's a really overarching question, but I just want to know, like, say the scenario came into play, is this something that's seen all over the place? Am I,
I really can't compare municipality to municipality
Obviously,
because some municipalities have sales tax and some have other revenue sources. I think from the Rhode Island context.
yeah, I do actually have last year's, if you want to.
No, I know where we fall right now as a
Okay.
town. But my question is just,
So
are other towns faced with the prospect of having to levy a 3% or higher?
So I can tell you, we have Warren that was at 393, Tiverton 3.4, 3.6 for Providence, 3.75 North Smithfield, 3.6 for 3.3, excuse me, for Hopkinton. But other than that, and then 4.11 for Barrington, and Cumberland Fire District was, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't read all the way across. So let's hold on for a second.
And is that
so-
every year they're doing?
So there's about 6 to 8 municipalities that are over 3, and the rest of them are around the 2 range and below.
Yeah.
So
I think you're going to find a big difference even year to year within one municipality. I mean, if any other community were to look at Coventry's history for the last 4 years, we're all over the map.
Mhm.
We're 4%, we're 0%, we're
Yeah.
2%. So that's not a function of good planning and
Well, I guess I'm just
intentional.
curious to know, for healthy communities, what increases are they levying?
Well,
That's my point.
The healthiest community would obviously like to have 0 tax increases and sufficient revenue growth and stability in other areas to have very predictable, manageable budgets. And that's kind of the cat's meow, the bee's knees, where we want to get there.
Yep.
But you can't be constantly behind the 8 ball with deferred maintenance where things are literally falling apart and you're having to have emergency expenditures from one month to the next. And so, success breeds success. It's kind of that negative cycle of
No, I
poverty
agree.
where
I-
if
in
you
the
don't
whole
get
those-
out, then you're
You
held
can't
back
cut your
by
way to the
that
top. I
event
understand that.
horizon, right?
Yeah.
there
I'm
is-
just trying to put my head in the mind of the average taxpayer that looks at this and might say, my pay doesn't go up 3%
Right.
every
So-
year.
So I think that, and that was a question you raised earlier, and I think it's difficult to compare someone's annual salary to what their tax bill is any more than, well, gas goes up 10%, but I didn't get a 10% raise either, but that's only 10 cents on a gallon, not on my salary. And so there are some things that people will have to make hard decisions about what they're willing to afford and invest in. And I think that's the policy deliberation of the town council to determine, a middle school, high school, elementary schools, what are the education needs? How can we best advance the overall welfare of the town of Coventry to not just make this an attractive school next year, but in 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years from now. This is a 25-year bond. And what is the context by which we have to make other decisions and look out for the community?
Well, the other thing too is I don't know if this is ever looked into, but the average, I guess, household income as well. Is this something we can measure the increases we levy with their salaries and be like, can the community?
So I can add to
Like,
that.
are we, my question, I'm just trying to see, like,
We're waiting on the census data because that's our best measure of household income and the demographics of the community and how that's changed from 10 years ago. But that would be a data intensive research project. That would be nice to know.
I mean, it's because we can all agree the schools need massive overhaul renovation, but then you're going to have great schools and people are going to feel like they have to move because they can't afford to live there. And then you don't have people attending the schools. So I'm just trying to.
There's a lot of speculations and across the board, you might price out some families that could no longer afford to live in Coventry, but you might bring other families back who are sending their kids out of district to go places elsewhere.
Agreed.
There's so many moving variables that I think that's what we want to get to if there's an appetite for it. But
So I just wanted to add one.
We do have one question for Ms. Ludwig because she's been waiting, and then
Okay, I was just gonna, can I just add to what Ms. Hillary was asking? It's kind of like a format as what most town council look at for an increase in a budget is usually inflation. So, and that kind of, it doesn't go back to your salary question, but they don't like to go over if it's 1%, 2%, whatever the inflation is. That's kind of usually their guidelines because at least the one I'm experienced,
Okay, Ms. Ludwig.
I have several questions. Several questions. So firstly, we are presented with two options tonight, the 3, 4, 5 and the 4 in year 2025, or
What's this one?
I'll just say two options. We've looked at two options so far. Are there any other options that we can look at, such as some sort of initial payment? So what I mean is some kind of, okay, we have, if we put this through to the voters in 2022, they would, they'd also need to approve some sort of one-time, certain amount of money that will help, so that we don't have to hit 6% in 2025. And the reason I'm asking this is because I think we've seen where there are some decisions made by people that several years later don't fit the community anymore. So is there anything that we can do for people that would potentially be voting on the referendum that we in essence get hit right now or in the next year, so that we take some of that on sooner as a one-time non-recurring item?
Yes. And that was the point I was making. If you advocate a higher levy increase for next year's budget, let's say we only need 1.99, but if we levy 3% for an extra percent, then that extra percent of levy revenue you have to allocate to make it a balanced budget. You can't just sit on that extra and have a surplus of $1 million. You need to allocate it, maybe 500,000 to school maintenance, 500,000 to road maintenance, or however you want to divvy it out. But it has to be funded.
That's a
but then
continued. It's built in.
Right. It's then built in the next year because you only get a maximum 4% increase on your base. So if you only do 1% a year, year after year, 10 years later, you've only grown 10%. But if you do 4% a year, year after 10 years, you've grown 40%. So how much you build your base is there's a relationship with the levy increases over time. Now, most taxpayers don't want to see their taxes go up 40% in 10 years, but also most taxpayers don't want to see it go only up 10% and lose services and lose value and decide to leave the community because it no longer meets their needs. So you have to strike that healthy balance and have a very clear strategy and purpose for why you would ask the voters to approve a 3% or a 3.5% or 4% levy increase in order to prepare to meet this debt issuance obligation. And we can run these scenarios because those aren't the only two variables. As Lisa mentioned, we can also reduce the school allocation increase and the town allocation increase to see how that impacts the final variable. Because the school's budget is more than twice the town's budget, every 0.1% will have a bigger impact from the school side than on the town side. So you can't do equal is not going to be fair or equitable. So you have to look at your proportionate variables. But if I get out of this presentation now, we can switch to Lisa's presentation. And she's going to share it on Zoom so that it's part of the recorded meeting and anyone can see it. But if you would like to see it, I would invite you to be unconventional and get out of your seats to look at this up close.
We can't move it over there too?
No, because we can't reflect it.
Okay.
Because we're on Zoom.
You zoom into it a little bit?
But I would recommend getting up and getting close. And then you can tell Lisa, hey, I want to see a projection with.
Can I just finish my questions quickly before we go there?
Sorry.
So my question about, is there a way to do a one-time upfront payment not built into a tax levy? Is there any way to do a one-time?
How would you do it? How would you, I mean, to make a one-time payment for taxes, you mean to bring it up high as opposed to
bring in a big chunk of money?
Okay.
So you're going to
And go
raise
for a lower bond.
So you could reduce the bond amount by substituting, let's say instead of an $81 million bond, you want to go for 75, and you would take 6 million out of fund balance.
I'm not suggesting fund balance. I just want to be very clear with people.
That's not.
Well, if you have another source of money, then
yes. So for example, could one of our options be to go out for some sort of initial one-time, in essence, a prepayment that goes towards lessening the $81 million possible bond to $71 million? I'm just trying to think of ways that people who possibly vote on this would contribute rather than.
Are you saying like a one-time levy to direct fund the bond?
I think I understand what Ms. Ludwig is saying. I mean, the only way I could foreseeably structure this is let me just walk this through and see if this is what you're talking about. So if you wanted to, our current levy is like 74 million, right? So let's say you wanted to add 10 million and you want it paid in next year. So to do that in a budget, we would have
it wouldn't be in the budget.
Well, everything has to be in the budget.
But that's what I'm asking. Are there any options?
No.
Even if we go to the state and ask for help and saying,
so how
on the ballot, if you choose this, it'll also mean a one-time, I don't know.
So
what if people don't?
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Goran.
Yeah. The notion of having like a prepayment on the bond just doesn't exist in the laws that we have right now. There's no way to do it because you can't exceed the 4% unless you meet the 4% tax increase. And of course, a 10% prepayment on the bond would engender much more than a 4% increase of taxes.
I'm not suggesting specific numbers right now. I'm just asking if there is a way to do it. So for
All
example,
right.
if we were to go out in the 2021, 2022, or 2022, 2023 budget, and let's just randomly say that that's 1% increase that we would ask for, you still have 3% to play with, right?
Yeah, if you could get a budget through like that, but then what would you allocate it to? A prepayment of the bond?
It
So-
wouldn't be it's almost like cash in the bank.
So
And we don't need to take
so
out
in
the
municipal-
additional 81.
sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but municipal finance, you have to have a balanced budget. Your revenues must equal expenditures. So you're asking if to do a prepayment, which is not an expenditure, a reserve. So you would essentially collect this tax, credit your debit cash, and you'd credit a reserve account, which is a liability or, a deferred liability per se. So I don't see how you can do that. Because you have to, it has to be in the budget to collect it.
There's probably one way you could do it. You could do it if you got General Assembly approval to do something like that. That is what you would need. You would
Okay,
need to
there you
have
go.
it in the bond
That's the one.
issue itself. But just, there's been a little bit of talk about the obligation of a town to pay the bond and whether we're going to be able to do it or not. Make no mistake. The bond companies and the banks have it all written into the laws. I'll give you the law, 45-12-1. They always get paid, no matter what. It's put right on the tax bill if necessary. They have just plenary authority to get their money, because otherwise the state could never borrow any money. If you remember back when the 38 Studios thing came up and they weren't going to pay the bonds, they wanted to use the insurance, and the state, which had purchased insurance on the bond, said, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to use the insurance. Why? Because you have to default on the bonds in order to qualify to use the insurance. And the state said, we can never do that because we'll never be able to borrow money again. And so this law, which is written by the General Assembly, makes sure that we pay our bonds on time and in full every single year. Says just add it to the taxes. No matter what the town comes up with for a budget, no matter what, those bonds get paid.
Okay. So,
So you could get the approval from the General Assembly only, but I think there's a huge bias against that.
no, I don't want to talk about bias. I just want to know if it's a possibility. Thank you.
It's possible.
So, okay. So secondly, on the assumptions, and I think you were starting to get into this a little bit, if there are some different assumptions, such as, now that we have some of our school committee friends taking a look at some of these numbers, I don't know if this was shown to them beforehand or just for tonight. If they come back and they tell us, oh, based off of our projections with this, with what we're going to fix from the Jacobs report or what we're going to hit with minimum maintenance, et cetera, that some of these numbers are too high. So to Lisa, to your point, they'd go from 3 to 2 or 2.5%. That's still a possibility that all of these assumptions can be updated.
Yes.
Is
I mean, to answer your question, this is a budget projection. So any, the tax levy is basically what the last sheet I just gave you is what has to happen to break even with these assumptions. But as it's been stated a few times, any one of these assumptions most applicable to the expenditure side. We know the debt is solid. You're not going to move the debt numbers. Okay. And so the only other two options on the table for expenditures is school appropriation and the town expenditure of 3% increase. So any maneuvering on that can easily make up 2.5 or 1.8. I mean, go ahead.
Can I just ask?
No, I'm not.
I thought you were done.
I'm not done, guys. So let me just finish the last thing. So thank you very much. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm trying to bear with you all as well as you're asking questions. So I appreciate you letting me get through. So one thing I did just want to mention is just in reference to Councilor Lima's comment before about the the salary example. I mean, we do have some information that's already available that we don't need to wait for the census on, and that comes from the state. So for example, when they hit us for less school aid that year, they're basically saying I don't know if it's the average salary in Coventry is raising, but when we see those numbers come down in the funding from the state to Coventry schools, that's one of the indicators that is at play there. So
You know something we don't know.
I just want to be careful here that we don't, we don't just assume that being a taxpayer means that that you're just automatically never going to be able to pay anything. I think it's just something that we need to be in consideration of and get some of that information, whether it's from the census or wherever. But I just want to be careful that we're not making broad assumptions about the taxpayer base, and we can provide information, provide the data from tonight, as opposed to making broad assumptions on those taxpayers.
Okay, we have questions.
Yeah, I just want to respond because that was in response to my comment. So I'm not asking to make broad assumptions, but I just want to know if it's going to have a negative impact on a certain amount of the population. Just on a smaller scale, when we hear about people who are selling their homes because of the price of sewer assessments, that's a small scale, and this is a larger scale. And other members of the council might not have this concern, and it's not a priority to them, but I just don't want to have to see people have this mass exodus. So again, I don't know. I'm speculating, as Ms. Marchant said. I don't have the information to make that, but just don't know what burden this puts on the tax base in a certain way. So yes, we can say there's an average salary that comes from the census from 2010, but I just want to, I don't want to find out later that there's, tiers in households across Coventry because they feel like they have to sell their home. That's all. That just not saying one way or the other, just curious. That's all.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yeah, so I think going along with Ms. Legowick's earlier comments, and I'm just wondering this, and I'm just kind of throwing it out there. If we were to add to the levy in the year that we passed the bond, and we're going with that assumption because that's how we got here, would we be able to use what we would see as additional funds in those years to take care of some of the smaller projects in all the schools and decrease the amount of the bond? So I know we're taking out an $89 million bond because that's what we were approved for. But if we start increasing the levy earlier so as not to fall into deficits, would we be able to start, and I'm sure this would be the school building committee that would be more impactful in this conversation.
So, I mean, yeah, to answer your question, absolutely. I mean, that would be to the town council's purview to make that call. I mean, certainly there's pieces on that, the slide presentation, there's the schools that have smaller amounts. So if you wanted to finish those construction pieces under that, the first 2 years of a higher levy, I don't see why that would not be an option.
Yeah, and that's just a thought. And my other question is, the year you put 6% just in this scenario.
Yep.
How do you do that?
Well, so this is a template that I have designed that when I put up the various rates, it'll take the difference and give you the rate down here with the actual general property tax and any particular uncollectibles, which is a very, very small percent, 0.5 actually. To get to, I had to play with this for a while to get to the point that I would only have a $71,000 surplus, because if I had anything below 6%, we were in a deficit.
I also wonder, I'm sorry.
So that would be kind of like what Councilor Ludwig was asking. Is there a way to possibly do it? Again, it would need to be special approval from the General Assembly to go above the 4% levy cap. But one of the other things we could do, we could change that 6% to 4% and say that's our maximum. And then we could reduce the projected allocation to the school and the town by 0.5% each and see what that looks like.
You want me to do that?
Sure. If it's not something too difficult. I also
That's
do
why we're
want to
here.
check into because, up until this point, information that we've been provided with has been that with this bond, we can have a tax associated with it. There can be a levy on top of the 4% that's part of the, hopefully we wouldn't have to do it more than 4% in total. But in the year that we pass the bond, we could also pass a levy attached to the bond. So I would like to make sure that that's an incorrect statement.
Well, I
possibly
have
looking
seen
into
that
it
done in
outside
other states. I don't know what the law in Rhode Island
because I feel like
provides.
the people who gave me the information up until this point have looked into that. So I'd just like to make sure that that's not an option because that was really part of
That would have
the
to.
plan that we heard the other night from Mr. Murray.
Mr. Gorham.
I believe the correct answer to that is that you can exceed the 4% cap with the approval of the, I believe it's the Office of Municipal Affairs. And there are certain criteria. One of them is debt service. But when it's sort of a self-imposed burden to hasten the reduction of debt, well, put it this way, you're leaving it up to a department of the executive branch to make a decision about whether or not your idea has merit. That's almost impossible to predict.
Yeah, well, I think what I really want to be able to predict is if we say yes to a bond, we're also saying yes to paying for it at the same time. Along with some of what other people have talked about tonight, an annual increase in the levy is not something that we can depend on from the taxpayers of Coventry.
I agree.
Now, on top of that, I look at this percentages going forward, and I would like to know what we think we have to increase our budget by every year if we didn't have this bond.
So it would,
Where we think our annual levy would be without
well,
it.
the first two years that we have there, it's 1.99 and 2.5, and has the debt tails off. You can choose as the town council to either use that for CIP or to reduce the tax levy. But I just put in the 4% that you wanted, and then I put the school appropriation at 2.5, and instantly we have no deficit problem. So a couple of years, the first 2 years, 26, 27, we have a deficit, but the rest of them, the rest of the years, it's a surplus. So that's how big of this is why these variables are so important to understand that, but that's from a 3% to 2.5. I don't even know if that's doable for the school department, but go ahead. I'm just showing here the facts that how quickly that deficit can be erased with other management of expenses. So if they're doable.
Other questions, Mr. LeBlanc?
Slide number 3 of Mr. Marchant's presentation had step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4 of how this process works. I don't think we discussed dates of when this is actually going to take place. So it says Coventry Town Council votes to refer school bond to voters. Is that November? Is that what we are projecting?
It's targeted for, I think, November 15th.
November. Okay. So November 2021. And then,
No, I'm sorry, the 22nd with a backup of a week later.
okay. And then step 2, enabling legislation. So, I mean, that's obviously an assumption here of when the General Assembly will actually approve that, right? That legislation. So step 2 and step 3 are kind of.
Well, step 2 is the actual written legislation that the attorneys will have to do.
And is that already done or?
No.
Okay. When do we think that's going to be done? I'm just trying to get estimates here.
I don't have an answer for that.
Just conceptually, based on my understanding of what the school building committee would like to see happen, is that the town council would approve this to go forward before the General Assembly starts meeting in January.
Okay.
And obviously the legislation would need to be drafted before January so we could give the General Assembly something to consider and vote on.
Makes sense.
And at whatever point during their session in January or February, I think the hope is that there could be a bond election in March or April
March or
timeframe,
April, which is before our budget.
which would come before the budget, or it could equally be done during the general election in November when there's a lot more voter turnout. It really is a variety of things.
I think November's too late for
Yeah.
shovels in the ground.
I think it'd be advantageous to, in my personal opinion, have this voted on, if it gets that far for the citizens at the same time of the budget.
Me too.
I think
agree. That's why I'm asking. the
That's a
dates.
dollar for dollar. Okay, this is so, I think that would be
Because I think
ideal
the
for the
two are
taxpayer.
combined, in my opinion. And going back to my earlier comment, I mean, we need like a 3 to a 4% increase, as you were saying, in 2023, 2024, right? Just to kind of support this debt. And then we need an additional 3 to 4% every single year thereafter. So I go back to my original comment. This vote, essentially, the taxpayers are saying, I want to be taxed anywhere between 6 to 8% for the next 25 years, because once you make that first initial 3% or 4% in 2023 and 2024, it's rolled into next year's budget. So you're paying that 3% or 4%, and then you're paying whatever the school and the town is going to ask the taxpayers for, is my point. So
Cumulatively.
just wanted to clarify that. My second point, I have three. I've been asking for this. What other Rhode Island towns and cities have asked for a bond north of $80 million? And what was the result? Because I've been asking for that, I think, for like 2.5 months, but I know not just directly to you guys, but
So-
in general.
I
and
know
have
of
yet
a
to get an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to Mario at the state. I do know the town I was at, they started with 60 and they dropped it to 24 and that was approved. Barrington, I believed, I want to say passed, it was like 48 million. And their school was quite bad. But I think East Providence, I'm not 100% sure, but it was around 100 plus million, East Providence. Those are the only ones I know of.
So
I don't-
3, essentially. 3 have taken advantage.
There's
more to
there's
look at,
more. Actually, I'm sorry. I have a notepad of all of them, but I didn't bring them
Okay.
with me. Sorry
If
about
we
that.
could just share that information with the council.
email it to you.
I would appreciate it.
So there's a
The
lot
one that
more
I
to
know
look
of
at, Jamie.
is South Kingstown, I believe. They had 85 and that was rejected.
Yes, it was.
But that's the one that I'm aware of, but I just wanted all the other ones as well. And I wanted closer to the 80 million and above, because that's what we're talking about. Just to try to compare apples to apples, but I know they all have their own situations. And my last point, we can, as a town council, can assume a 3% and a 4% increase. And I just want to hone in on this. The General Assembly can let us come up with a budget north of 4%. At the end of the day, it's going to be the taxpayer that has the right to either approve or reject. And I think, again, going back to your comment, it needs to be intertwined with the budget, because these two are intertwined. And we can approve this bond, but the first year that this goes to a 0% because the taxpayers are upset that they can't afford what we're asking, we're in trouble. And so I just want to, I think that it should be intertwined with the budget.
Well, first of all, when you say intertwined, explain what you mean.
Voted it at the same time as our budgets. So the bond referendum and our budget
Oh, the two.
all voted at the exact same time, because it can happen if we choose to.
Mhm. Well, I mean, when you say that they're in essence going to be voting for 6% every year, et cetera, it's no different than it is now. I mean, if we had a 1.99% last year and then we vote another 3, so it's 5%.
I would disagree, because if they vote 0 this year, it doesn't roll into next year.
We had 1.99%.
We had 2.99.
2.99.
Right, and that 2.9 rolls in.
Right,
I agree with you on that one,
yeah.
but there's no, you just said if we approve a 6% or something, it was your comment?
No, she was adding.
Your cumulative.
Oh, cumulative. Understood. But
So-
I'm going off the last 3 years,
Yep.
okay,
Oh,
in
the
history.
last 3 years.
The last 3 years, I don't believe we've come close to the numbers that we're talking about tonight.
No, not
Mr. James, the last 3 years are in that budget projection. Right above 22, we got those 3 years. Those are actual increases.
Understood.
Mrs. Lima.
So I think as a group, we've articulated the fact that every egg that exists is in the basket of the voters in the referendum of 3% or higher. I want to talk about solutions. And I don't know if there's or other options or opportunities. I don't know if we can have those answers tonight. As has been articulated, the conditions of our schools is poor and it's not improving. And we need to address it somehow. So I'm wondering whether it's tonight, if anyone had ideas, or if it's at a later juncture, maybe it's that strategic meeting. But I think we need to talk about, obviously if the burden is on the referendum vote each year, we need to find ways, if this bond passes, to mitigate that risk that comes with having to absorb that debt that we're not able to cover if a 3% or more is not levied.
Can I add to that, Mrs. Lima, that there is that risk with that not meeting that if we're level funded and the budget doesn't pass, but there's additional risk that I don't think we've mentioned too much is what about all the roads, the CIP, the other buildings? We're down to a $10 million credit, which sounds like a lot, but this is a town with 36,000 residents here. And there's, I don't know the number of miles, but we have roads to pave. There's a lot of the things that we have to do. So that's where it's obviously up to the town council to balance those needs on, what in totality we have for a budget and where is it going to be allocated, because there is many things that are not being addressed. And I just wanted to bring that up as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Marchant?
But I still stand by, we can't just talk about what isn't working with this plan or what might not work. We have to talk about, well, if this doesn't work, this could be a path forward as well. I just think we have to think creative about alternative solutions. So that's all.
Mr. Marchant?
I think there's no time like the present to reassess your situation. The town hasn't issued a bond, hasn't committed to a project, hasn't tied itself down in any particular direction. And so if there's a better solution out there, now's the time to look at it. I know there's been a lot of invested in the current proposal, but it has admittedly been a kind of a singular focused proposal. And while it has its merits, coming in new, I don't see adequate analysis and research into alternatives that could, provide more value for the same investment or possibly less. And, to the extent that I'm seeing this, it would be a setback for the immediate solution, but it would give everyone time to come up with a better one because nothing has been spent yet. Once you commit to a bond and a proposal and a solution, you're going to own it for 25 years. And you want to make sure you love what you're going to buy for $90 million for 25 years and all the consequences that go along with that. And so kind of the old adage, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Very rarely do you get the opportunity to make defining, generational impacts on your community with a public investment like this. And while there are so many needs in Coventry beyond just the middle school, that's where even the Jacobs report there's no context for how the rest of those needs are going to get met in 10 or 20 or 25 years. And if we had a plan and an idea of how those were going to be adjusted, then you could have more confidence that this is the solution. But without that context, I think you're at a disadvantage to justify, well, that's nice you solved this problem, but what about all these others? And with as many deferred investments across the board, facilities for the town, for the schools, for the equipment, for the roads, for the parks, it really, I think the situation demands a stronger solution, a more creative solution. And it takes time to put that together. So I think we have options, and there is a way to make it work. And I think that's what our analysis proves, that if you make some hard decisions about what you're willing to fund the town and the schools over the next 25 years, what projects you're willing to forego, this proposal is feasible, but it comes with risks. Just like if you were to max out all your personal credit cards, you might technically be able to make the minimum payments, but it comes with risks of unforeseen circumstances. And I think for serving the public interest, you want to do something that's going to reduce risks and provide security, stability, and sustainability over the next decades.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Marchant. I don't think anyone who has been to the schools will deny that there is a great need in every single one of the schools. There is a very great need in any one of the schools. I think our concern is the taxpayers' willingness to support this project for 25 years. And we have to determine how we can make this happen. Can we make this happen? And what do we need to do to make it happen to minimize risks to the community? But the decisions we make, we won't be around in 25 years to see the result of our actions.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I will not be around.
Just town council.
Yeah.
Here.
But maybe Mrs. Shockley will run again in 25 years and she can deal with these issues. Yes. Or any one of the people here. But I will not be running again in 25 years. I can say that for a fact. Okay. We have I would like to open it up to some public comment. Certainly.
My concern tonight is that we talk about roads and other things we might want to spend the money on, but really I think what we're saying is we can't depend on the voters to pay for projects they've approved. So in order to get this project moving forward, we would need voter approval. Now, I know voter approval doesn't mean 100% of tax-paying residents have voted and said yes, but still, the way the system works, we would need voter approval. So I would like to once again see how we might be able to make sure, similar to what Mr. LeBlanc said, the tax levy and the bond are associated with each other moving forward. But I'd also like to say we have this issue every year I've lived here. Before we had this bond, every year it's how are we going to pay for everything that we already have as part of our budget. Now, like has been mentioned, we pay our bonds. We have to pay our bonds. Other things get cut. But what I really want to try to do is think about, is this a project that we think we would like to present to the voters? And is this something that we feel we can do without crippling the town economically or putting it in a place we just don't want to? But the fact of the matter is, we do need to have some sort of levy attached directly to this, even though over time, other costs and expenses may go up and we'll need to depend on those increases in taxes to be able to pay for the bond plus everything else. I think we really have to kind of think of it like that, because as we think of all these projects with, will the taxpayers approve it? I also wonder, will they approve the roads that they say they want? Will they approve the levy for these other projects that we would like to be able to do over time? So that's just something I'd like to be part of the conversation, or at least part of what we're thinking about.
Madam President, before we jump to public comment, just a PSA, just throwing it out there. I've only received one comment from a constituent in my district about school bonds and moving forward. So I just want to throw it out there while this is a public meeting to reach out to your representation in town on this and let your voice be heard and share your opinion, because I think that's also a balance of our responsibility on the council, is taking into account what our constituents want. So I just want to throw that out there again for folks to reach out to their local representation to voice their opinion on this. Like I said, out of over 5,000 registered voters in my district, I've heard from one on this specifically. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
That's a point well taken, Mrs. Leamer. And I know that each of us have in some way been talking about this school school construction bond. We've been talking about a bond vote is going to be coming up, et cetera. But the amount of publicity, the amount of marketing has not really geared up. So I don't think the public is quite aware of what's going on yet. And I think that can account for some of the things that we're not hearing yet. We were at the football game Friday night, and there was an announcement during halftime that we heard about talking about the bond, but I'm not sure how many people heard it, because even we who were sitting in front of the press box, all of a sudden we jumped up and said, oh, they're talking about the bond, but we weren't geared to hear that message yet. It had already started before we tuned in and figured out that something was happening. Yeah. Ms. Ludwig?
Can I just go back to what you were saying, Mr. Marchant, about looking at additional options? What are you talking about? I mean, I'm at a loss here. So are you saying looking at totally different thing? Can you just give me an example?
Sure. A conversation that I had with some people, including President Dickson, Mr. Murray, Mr. Levis, Ms. Mills, back in June, Mr. Sands, when this was first presented to me and they brought over their scrolls and scrolls of plans and studies and everything, just as an outsider looking at this $75 million need for 7 schools, how come we're not looking at a trade-off where through consolidation, you might close 2 or 3 schools and that are older buildings and all in close proximity to the middle school, and maybe build 2 new schools. And by closing 3 schools, you eliminate all the maintenance and utilities and staffing that go with 3 facilities, and you put it all into one, so that you show a savings of maybe $20 million off of the operating budget to put in a brand new school that needs so much less maintenance. And so with a new elementary school and a new middle school, it might cost you the same bond, but you've trimmed your operational savings for that 25 years that helps pay for it. So it's just thinking creatively like that. I know that idea could be met with a lot of opposition because people love their neighborhood schools, but they also might like to keep their tax bill down too. And there are trade-offs. So to the extent that could be considered, maybe it's another iteration. Maybe we need to go through the electoral process and see if this is the solution voters want. And if they accept it, you're off to the races. If they reject it, then maybe you go back to the drawing board at that point. But if you think that there's other solutions that could be considered now, you only have time to save before you go down any certain avenue.
But I think the project has been bundled together in such a way that it's all or none at this point in time, correct? That's what I understand. In other words, in order to get the state incentive, it has to be as
Sure.
presented.
This specific proposal tied with this financing package and the state incentives are unique to this proposal. And you would be foregoing this round of funding for a different option. And I can't tell you whether that's a good idea or not, because I don't know what the savings on closing and consolidation and doing other things would mean. Maybe you're better off, maybe you're not. Maybe we have shown that, without the savings that, there is a difference of 19 million. But that's just for this one proposal. Other proposals could lead to entirely different outcomes.
I'd like to open up the public comment now. Okay. I'd like to open up this to public comment. I know that we do have Mr. Murray's here. Mr. Murray, would you like to make any comment based on the presentation you heard this evening?
Stop share. Thank you.
Good evening. Luke Murray, 121 Hill Farm Camp Road. Yeah, there's a lot I could cover. I got to be honest, there's some painful moments out there for me because I've been involved in the project for a couple of years. I've run financing figures As no disrespect to the finance director or the town manager, but well before they got here. I would say to the proposal that was just thrown out, if you go back to our videos of our committee meetings, a committee appointed by this council, a team to specifically explore this and read the pages in the stage 2 and stage 1. We looked at those options. We talked about those extensively. We talked about possible consolidation. We looked at some figures. It didn't make sense. The enrollment numbers appear to be dropping. We're not 100% sure yet. And to consolidate based on trying to prospect what the enrollment may be in years, what size school do we build, upending the community, because this happened in Warwick. And if you do a little research on any community who has done consolidation, people love their neighborhood schools to start. They moved into the house partially because they're within walking distance of a school. If you want to drag this out for 3 to 5 years, that is part of a planned strategy. We built that into this project. Part of the strategy is that there's 114 acres at the middle school campus. And we've always had on the plan a placemaker for future consolidation of the 3 eastern end schools to start the discussion now and look at enrollment over the next 10 years. But we won't be ready for that maybe upwards of 20 years, which is why we do the Band-Aid repairs to those schools now, get them functional, do the warm, safe, and dry, which I'll go over the Jacob stuff when I come back to you on the 8th. We'll rectify this. So that's a little bit of a painful point. Some things that were not discussed tonight. The things I went over is you are going to pay more in taxes because there's a maintenance mandate. And we went over that. You're going to pay another 1.2, 1.5, which wasn't presented tonight. A 3% escalator for schools in town, I think, is unrealistic. It's compounding. And take all that aside, the way it was presented tonight, in my opinion, was a way to present it in a very poor light. And again, I'm not trying to poison the well here, but from my perspective, we showed a plan that said, hey, reallocate the debt. We were trying to get innovative and lower the initial tax. We did recommend doing it with the bond. And I would love the legislation from RIGL to include it so we could levy it at the same time. I realize it has an impact on June, but it's going to have an impact regardless. But as a one-time build-up in the budget to present this in a fashion compounded with all these 3% increases, that data continues on regardless of this bond. I agree. We have an issue with the 3% escalator. If it's 6% town and schools over the next 25 years, we have a bigger problem here. That's beyond the bond. Because you know what the problem is? There's no value added. There's no value added for this community because there's no infrastructure improvements associated with that. So you're going to raise taxes. They get no new schools. In fact, they get Band-Aids on them. They don't get any roads. They don't get any other infrastructure. So what is I got to be honest, I'm at that point. I was talking to my wife the other night because my child is looking at possibly going to North Kingstown. I have one kid in school already who's at Father Doyle. I pay my taxes without question, but I'm starting to question the value added to this community. So these are the things that really I would love to have the opportunity to discuss. I really didn't want to say that tonight, but I am a little frustrated that we didn't have discussion with the finance team like we've been inviting and asking to earlier. And we had done that. And I would have loved that discussion to happen. I gave a presentation a couple of weeks ago, and I expected, to be honest, like more interaction, more questions to come from everybody, including the administration. I welcome them. I want to collaborate. I'm trying to. I'm a volunteer. Everyone on my committee is a volunteer. But to start questioning the project at this stage in the game, that's not a lane I want to go down. You talk about South Kingstown. That is why it failed, because it became a political football because some people didn't believe in the project. Other people didn't pay attention to the process. Things changed halfway through. And what ended up happening was the town manager left, the assistant town manager left, the school superintendent left, everybody vacated. And the town is, quite frankly, and I can say this with authority, in a bit of a disruption right now. I don't want that to happen to Coventry. We need to be on the same page. When you talk about a project, I'll justify the project on the 8th. I'll answer any question you have. I'm willing to collaborate. My team is willing to collaborate. But I'm just asking the town manager, finance director, the council to direct the administration to meet with us and figure this out. There is a path forward that is low burden as possible on the taxpayer, that builds it into the budget, that sees value added, and there is an impact. You are lowering your debt. You are eating up your debt threshold over a certain amount of years. That is a question for the voters, in my opinion. Do they want to go down that road? Does it limit inherently your capacity to 2050? No. If you look at the debt curve, it actually ends in 2040 for your debt, for the existing debt. Now, it does eat up a lot on the other end. But, if I were to ask these questions about the police station, the $13 million bond in 2013, I believe, for the schools, the 2000 budget where we allocated money for Washington Oak. These are the same questions. We had financial town meeting then. Actually, it was worse because people would just stand up in a gym and just say, nope, I want to change it. So these are risks we've always encountered as a community. The question is, are we ever going to get off the dime and actually build a community here? Or are we just going to constantly be afraid of what the voters may do, run for the hills, and add nothing to this community? Because in my opinion, I've been here probably longer, no offense, than any of you. And the value added since I've been in high school here has been almost zero. And as a taxpayer, I'm about ready to get out. So that's all I have.
Mr. Murray, I have asked our administration to plan a meeting with you and your team, your finance team, et cetera, before your presentation in November, so that we can look and explore some of these differences and some of the similarities, of course, also, so that by the time we get to the meeting on the 8th when you're presenting, we will have hopefully worked out some of these details. So
I appreciate it.
So
Thank you.
I've already asked that, and Mr. Marchant has already committed that meeting will be arranged before your meeting.
I appreciate it. Thank
so
you.
That's going to take place.
President Dickson, just a
Yes.
point of clarification. You brought up June in the budget vote, but then I don't know if I followed you. So do you think it's appropriate for the school bond and the budget vote to be intertwined or not?
I believe they should be intertwined.
Okay.
And that's what I've said in my previous presentation, is if I said it very explicitly. So as a taxpayer, I believe in voting on what you're going to build along with the appropriation for that.
Okay.
Now, the question becomes, and this is a question for the solicitor that we can research, but it was my understanding and my research that we could, if we do the enabling legislation correctly, we could ask for the levy at the time we did the vote for the bond.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be fine. I would say as far as timing, March is it. We have already petitioned for an extension, and we won't make the cutoff of the 15% if we vote any later than that. I just don't have enough time to build a project. We've already backed up the schedule. So March, early April, the latest is it.
So could you ask though, and just make sure that they say, no, we cannot extend it to June?
I've already
In
talked to,
writing?
we have it in March. Actually, we have a meeting next week because we have to check that box to get it over to RIGL to get that petition in. So we've asked Mario, we've already done that due diligence. They typically only give you 6 months. We couldn't even feasibly make that because the session for the legislature was out by the time we could even draft legislation and get to you. So
Understood.
they give you a very tight time frame on this.
So the answer is no, not vote on those two issues at the same time.
No, I think we could draft, my opinion, we could draft it in a way that allows the levy at the same time. The cap issue is different.
Okay.
The cap issue, we could exceed the cap between the two votes, the appropriation vote in June. One's going to affect the other, though. I mean, let's be honest, like the taxpayers are going to see that increase, and we have to have that conversation, though. I think that's an honest dialogue. That's all I want is an honest dialogue. This is why we didn't want 3.45%. We wanted 1.99. And Ms. Mill's right. You can drag that over the next few years, too. We could set up a reserve fund balance and push some of those funds and do 1%. If you remember, when I presented the project at the stage 2, this is actually over a year ago, I had bands from Steve Massaroni that dragged this out. And then I showed a debt schedule that I came up with that dragged it out in accordance with the debt. So we were levying about 1% a year, let's say.
But we don't even know if the taxpayer is going to approve that, though, Luke, is my point.
You're absolutely right.
So
And that's a risk going forward.
It is.
But I would say that was for any bond debt we've ever encountered. Like
100% agree.
100%.
But in a vacuum, we can afford it. but not if we need roads and everything else. And I hear you, Luke.
Yeah.
There's just, this dialogue needs to continue before the vote is my point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I welcome the dialogue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray. Other questions from members of the audience? Okay, if there's anyone on Zoom who would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. We have several on Zoom. If you'd like to ask a question, please ask it now. Okay, I would encourage anyone who's on Zoom or anyone who's in the audience, if you have questions, please contact your local council person or any member of the council. Express your opinions. If you have a question for Mr. Marchant, please do send him a comment also. And we can add all these comments together because we will have another meeting with Mr. Murray and his team before November 8th when he presents again. And November 8th, we will talk about the meeting that we're having in between. And he'll also be to give us an update on the project and also talk about the Jacobs report, correct? Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We are adjourned at 10:04.